Right, hello, hello. Let me just double check everything's working. Hope everyone's having a good week. I think it looks like it's all working. Yeah, it looks fine. That's good, that's good. That's about right. Yeah, I keep on moving stuff around. I'm just trying to figure out what's the best place for the camera. And I'm going to get a new monitor arm, so it might change again pretty soon. It's just like every angle seems to be like slightly too high for the mic. I want to have it slightly in frame because it's got the mute function on it, so you can tell when it's active and not. Just in case I ever need to like mute and take phone calls and stuff like that, it's just so much easier. How you been though? So you're doing some art yesterday? And how's the longing going? I haven't seen that for, well, I think I missed the section where you were doing that. What were you doing today? I feel like I haven't done any of this for a while, but it's been like 3 or 4 days. It always feels like ages. So I think probably today the idea will be to look at Secrets of Sunder for the spell casting system. We were figuring out a bit around the game controller, and we were doing like an actor script wherever that was. Oh yeah, we got into we got into a load of like trouble, or not trouble, but confusion around how LERP was working, and really didn't need to go into that detail. But we were trying to figure out an easy way to control characters in the scene and move them around without having to do what we currently are doing, which is just, I think each of the characters have like a timer that tells them where to move and when to move and stuff like that. It's very fixed at the moment, and we were trying to figure out a better way to control that as part of like scene direction rather than individual characters. I'm gonna pause on that bit though, because I wasn't making good progress and I wanted to do something different, to be honest. So we're probably gonna have a look at the spell casting today and fix how that all works. There's loads of stuff that isn't really, well, it's set up for the jam version, but there's so much more to do to that. Thank you for the luck. We might have a look at the dialogue as well, because what I wanted to do with the dialogue is have a way for where's our dialogue thing, having players be able to revisit previous chapters in the dialogue. So the moment when you go through each loop through the game, you're kind of given one of these sets of dialogue, and I think it will be useful if before the end scene sends you back to the start of the game, you have the option to revisit previous conversations. And I'll just try and figure out what the best way to do that is. So yeah, there's a few. There's still loads of work to do on this, but maybe one of those is what we'll look at. We've still got loads of bits and pieces. This is the problem with like just taking a couple of days break from this. My mind is like completely reset. But I've been working on a few other bits. Hopefully, I'll soon have my own overlay stuff. Been trying to figure out how to do that properly, and I think I've got something that might work. I don't really want to use like the stream elements overlays and stuff like that. I'd rather just do my own website that I can use locally. So that's probably what we're going to be doing. And yeah. So plan today is pretty much that. We're going to look at mostly look at the spell casting. No, not this one. I really need to rename everything as well. Is there maybe the codex? Is that what I'm thinking of? Yes, this is what I need to figure out. So there's probably going to be some secrets in here for the jam version. It's been out for a little while, so I'm not too fussed about yeah, I'm not too fussed about revealing these, that's fine. And also, they're not the most obvious thing to reveal. Like, these numbers being the spells, you'd have to know what order they are on the grid, so that's fine. But I want to refactor this, and I've been thinking of some ideas for it, so we're going to go to that. Right, but normally, let's start with some dailies, and try and get ourselves in a bit of a thinking mood. I've added in a couple of new ones as well. I really like the Akari, so we're going to try and do that. It might take a little bit longer. And also MinuteCryptic, or MinuteCryptic, you can say it either way. But it's a daily cryptic crossword clue thing. Which does mean I might start taking out one or two of these, just so it's not loads of stuff to do. Hey Wonky, how's it going? Because doing all of these might be like an hour's worth of them. But we'll see, I think that's fine. I do also need to close this. Otherwise we'll get notifications come up all the time. Right, so we'll start with hashtag. So it's similar to Wordle that we're looking for 5-letter words, but for this time we're looking for 4 of them, 2 horizontal, 2 vertical. And we create the words by swapping letter positions. Each swap can make both letters, can put 2 letters in the correct position. So let's say we know that this has to start with an R. We could swap the S here or here, but one of them we'll put the R in the right place and the S in the right place as well. So that's what we're looking for, is the perfect move. And a perfect game will have 5 moves left. So that's what we're aiming for. The benefit of knowing that little secret, that each move can be perfect, tells us that certain swaps are impossible to get wrong as well. So I think along those lines, let's say if we look at this word, we've got an N and a T that are in this word, but are in the wrong spots at the moment. But there's no other N or T in the grid. So if we tried swapping this T with one of the R's to put it into a different spot in this word, we know that's wrong because there's no R's in this word. So we know that the T and the N have to swap. And I think we've got the same with the H and the I here, because there's no other H's or I's in the grid. So just want to double check that's definitely the case in this situation. The only time that doesn't work is if there's another set of the letters in the grid. So if there was another T somewhere, it wouldn't necessarily be the case, but I think that's right. And there's no H, there's no I, so those two have to swap. Which actually puts us in a pretty good position to start. We have loads of vowels here. And what we're going to have here, we've probably got an E here. So this might be way. This could be toned or tones. If this was toned with a D at the end, that would put an R here, and GR seems a bit weird ending, so probably not that. So it's probably tones, which puts an R at the top here, we're starting this word with a V. So this would be R-O something E something. This is definitely an E where this O is, but I don't know where the O goes. I think double O-E seems unlikely. So V-E something G something. VE. It's got to be Verge, right? So that puts the O in this row. Oh, so that's rodeo. Okay. So we swap the E and the O. These should both go green. This word is rodeo. This is... So this is that D. And then we get Verge. Yeah, okay. Just double check. That's got to go there. And that's got to go there. Nice. Okay, on to Betweenle. So we're looking for a word, 5-letter word, but we're looking for it alphabetically. And we'll be giving clues on this side of the game whenever you make a guess. And what I like to do is use these. So way is very near the end of the dictionary. So hopefully we're looking for a word before this alphabetically, which means this will go down to the bottom row. Yeah, okay. So we're looking for a word that's like quite near the start of the dictionary. If you take this as from the start to the end, the orange dot is where we're looking for the word. So really, if we're playing this properly, maybe guess around like a word like drink, something like that. But we're going to use these to make it a little bit harder. So we need to use Verge, Tones, and Rodeo. Verge. And we have to do these in order because once you've guessed it, you can't guess a word that's outside your current like range. So we tried guessing a word that started with H now, with W now. It would say no because Verge is before it. So Tones and Rodeo are going to both go down. And that just uses up some of our guesses. So, do I still think around drink? Let's try that. 4.7. So we're actually probably in the C's. And near the end of the C's maybe? Let's try curse just to double check. Yeah, very close to curse. So, a CT? No. CS? No. The R, maybe. Let's try Crumb, just to double check. Ooh, right next to Crumb. CRU. Something a little bit later. Crust. That seems good. In between. The word before crust. Crush, maybe? Is there any other word between crush and crust? Crust might be a word, but that's probably not going to be... Puzzle. No, it's got to be crush, right? There you go. Okay, we'll take that into Wordle as our starting word. We'll see how we do with this. Okay, so we get the R and the U. And because we're playing on hard mode, we have to use the R and the U in all guesses going forward now. So, what word should we try? Let's maybe put the R towards the end. Although, no, that would put the U at the same place. Can we try rugby? Would that be allowed? Ooh, I'm happy with that guess. So something like this. Are you something B something? Did you do double B? No. IB? No, there's got to be something here then. Well, rum? No. What's going to be there? Runby? The only one that looks like it could be right is that, but that doesn't look right properly. What can it end in? Rumba? Is that how you spell the dance style? Yeah, there we go. That is rumba, isn't it? I was typing music. Oh, no. Yeah, it's dance. Okay. Cool. Hey. Right, on to Travle. So we're trying to go from Monaco to Albania. And this is via the fewest border crossings. It's the way to play this game. So you're looking for things that will bridge multiple countries to get there. What are we looking for here? Monaco. We have to use France, right? Or does it border Italy? I think we have to use France first. I think it's completely contained by France. Yep. So then Italy. And then Italy doesn't border Croatia, so we need Slovenia first. And then Croatia will get us a long way down. And then this little gap I always get confused on. Is it Macedonia down there? Is it Montenegro? Do they both... Let's try Montenegro. Yeah, there we go. Where's North Macedonia? Because that's around there as well. Okay. That's good to know. Kosovo is inland. Montenegro, Bosnia is there. Okay, onto the flags. So obviously that's France. This is Italy. This is Croatia. That's Montenegro, it's got to be, right? Oh, what's Monaco's? I think that's Slovenia. So Monaco and Montenegro. Maybe this way around, or if there's any wrong, it's those two to swap. No, okay, good. Go with that, that's good. Right, on to connections. We're looking for 4 groups of 4. And the words today are guilt, might, mold, ego, power, expression, token, must, head, will, guide, gesture, can, model, symbol, and blueprint. Okay. So like mold, model, blueprint, and guide are kind of similar ones to put together somewhere. Let me just shuffle them around. I don't think anything else goes with those. Token, symbol. Gesture and expression. Yeah. With token, maybe. Gesture, token, symbol. Or maybe with these two as well, though. Expression. Will. Like must, will, can, and might all seem very similar. Then what would ego go with? Guilt, ego, power. Yeah. Oh, with will. I feel like will fits with the must, can, might more. But then might could be with power as well. Oh. What groups have we got? I do quite like this group. So then, yeah, token symbol. Hey Zimni, how's it going? Hope you had a good week. Token symbol. Expression gesture. It's a token of something, a symbol of something, an expression of something, and a gesture of something. And then saying can, will, must, and might seem pretty similar. But that means power, ego, head, and guilt. And there's a possibility of red herring groups here as well. All good? Yeah, guilt feels a bit odd here. What would be the connection though? What else could we put guilt with if we didn't have that group? I'm trying to think as well of any situation that has, like, it's got to be, the purple is normally a fill in the blank kind of clue. Although yesterday's was weird. Yesterday's was like, oh, what was it? It was the start of words, and there were like three words together, and then "and" was the last one. Can't remember what it was now. Power trip, guilt trip, ego trip. This sounds good. Head trip doesn't sound right. What else can be trip? Might trip, token trip, guide trip, gesture trip, expression trip, must trip, can trip. I mean, it's a bit of a weird one, but cantrip doesn't really fall into the same kind of group as that. But the rest of them do work. Yeah, they do like using that kind of pattern. Is there anything else that works with trip? Might trip, head trip. Head trip? I guess maybe. You're talking about like someone who's taken some psychedelics. You could go on a head trip. Token trip, must trip, expression trip, gesture trip, guide trip, symbol trip, will trip, model trip. No, I think this has got to be the 4. Cantrip's a weird word because I don't know, is it an actual real word or is it just used in D&D? It must be a real word, right? Let's try it. No, okay, there's one away. It's definitely the can that's out of this. Just D&D stuff. Maybe head trip then. Model trip, mold trip. It's got to be trip. Hi, Ogem. Ogem Prime? Is that right? Let me know if I'm mispronouncing that. I think it's got to be these four. But I don't know the word head trip. Close enough, I could see it. I think I've got to try this. Yeah, head trip. What do you mean by head trip? I'm not a fan of that. Look, if it's got to be like a game. Whereas cantrip at least has like a Wikipedia entry, right? Yeah, sure. Head trip. I guess. Wait, are these all separate? Ego trip. I guess they're with a space, aren't they? And cantrip wouldn't be. Okay, fair enough. I mean, it doesn't look like it has a lot of uses, but... Okay, well, we got that group. So then... That means... What's going to be next? Probably... this group? Or token, symbol, expression, gesture? I think this has got to be the... yellow. That feels like the easiest group. Like the simplest category. Not the easiest to find because of all the red herrings. So maybe... Let's do this one. Hoping for the blue? Oh, no, okay. So then this was the blue, I think. Guide, blueprint, model, mold. That's the yellow. Okay, this... I never get... the order of these ones correct. But the whole point is to try and get the purple first. And then ideally you'd get blue, green, yellow. So it's like reverse difficulty. Right, on to word salad then. So word salad is a word search, but you can go in any kind of direction. You can also cross over the word. So you can have a word this way around. We're looking for things that can be sharp. We've got 6 answers that we're looking for. Sometimes their things are dumb. Yeah, definitely. These answers are in alphabetical order, and the number is how many letters in the word. So things that can be sharp, yeah. Blade, I like that. We've probably got... I was going to say we've probably got knife somewhere here, but we don't. There's no K. Things that can be sharp. Pencil, yeah. You can sharpen a pencil. Nice. Things that can be sharp. Sharp mind. Oh, and when the letters aren't used in any further answers, they're removed from the board. So it should be easier the more we get, but but sometimes it's not. A sharp. Yeah, that's true. Nothing can start with the T or the A. Sharp line. Actually, that wouldn't be possible. It would have to go here. Sharp deal, maybe? No. I feel like there's got to be something. Oh, right, yeah. There's got to be something here which is like sharp words of some kind. Like a sharp remark or sharp date, maybe? Nope. I mean, it's still worth just guessing some of these. Sharp note. Okay, yeah, nice. That's the one. Sharp game. Sharp. Yeah, no. So between M and N, though, there's got to be an NA, maybe? Or an NE? Or an NI? If it started with M, can it start with M? No. Because it'd have to go MI... MIN... Something. It'd have to be mind again, pretty much. I mean, it almost can be, but yeah, not quite. So it's got to be starting with the N. That's 6 there. But what? What? Sharp. Needle. There we go. And then image. Nice. Nice, nice. Right, on to strands. Another word search. This time the words all stay on the board. And we're looking for 7 words in total. 6 of them will be single word answers that count towards this clue category. It's in the cards. And one of which will be the spangram, which has to touch opposite ends of the grid. So it could do something like this, or it could be just like a straight across. So... no, this is all warm-up. No, we're only just starting. What I like to do is run through a few dailies just to get my mind a bit more active. But actually some of the dailies are getting longer and longer. But yeah, we've got a whole design here of our game that we did for Pirate Jam. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm also using Godot. Like, it's a bit of a... Where's our cave? There's a few bits up and running for the game jam thing. But I'm just trying to improve some of the systems for that to do like a post-jam version. So we'll be moving on to this in a little bit. Probably still got... Well, some of these can take long. The Akari could take a while. The MinuteCryptic we could just like have on the corner while we think about it. So it's in the cards. Are we looking for types of playing cards or types of greeting cards maybe? Yeah. I always find it quite interesting to see how various bits have been designed. In the cards. We have like a race card. Could we have... See, day. Yeah, look, here's birthday. So yeah, it's type of greeting cards, and there's our spangram. Greeting, just greetings. So we got a wedding, a baby card, probably like engagement somewhere here. Oh, yeah. There's a slight delay before the the messages come through, so I've got the slight advantage on the guesses. Christmas card maybe, or a holiday card, or a love card. Oh yeah, okay. So sympathy. And what's the last one up here? Congrats. Nice. There we go. Right, real bird, fake bird. Nice quick one. We'll be given a category and answers to the category. And we have to figure out Well, we have to guess if they are real products or not in this case. Is there a IKEA product called a lamp leg? I've never heard of that one. You're going fake? Nope, apparently real. This is going to be just pure guess. The only IKEA furniture I know the name of is the Kallax furniture. What is it? Like a little wardrobe thing. Yeah, this has got to be fake. Based on how you'd pronounce this. Right? Oh, the Billy. Yeah, the Billy bookcase, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. But like even trying to pronounce this has got to be fake, right? That's real. What's that got to? That's got to be like a toilet or something, right? Surely. Yeah, IKEA is Swedish. Yeah. How is that real? Another one. No. Oh, this is such a good category. I've got no idea with this. Will IKEA have a product called the colon? I mean, it feels like it should be real based on these, but there's no accents on it. I'm gonna say it's fake. No. I see what they've done with the answers for this group. Is the till fart real? Fake? Okay, I'll go with fake. No, that's real. Are these all going to be real? And they're all just absolutely terrible pronunciations for UK. Oh, really? Yeah. Tell them to play this game today because it was great. Awesome. I'll send you the link in chat. The stink lover. Yeah, we'll go with fake. No, that's real as well. God, someone had fun coming up with this today. I'm just going to say that the other two are real. They've got to be all real, right? No. And the grunker. I'm going to say real. Wow. They knew what they were doing with this one today. Okay, on to the mini. So just a little mini crossword. Oh. Something you get advice for this puzzle. I was going to say mind the gap, but it's only 3 letters. Love in French. Isn't it just a door? African animal with armor-like skin is got to be a... what are they called? Oh my god, what are they called? They're in Minecraft, aren't they? Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah. So what, you think like that with D there? Maybe? They might have a different word for it, though. Oh, yeah. Rhino would be good. Oh, that's so I can spell. But I was thinking of like armadillo, but yeah, obviously that's way too long. Major tech company founded in San Fran, as the name suggests. As the name suggests. I mean, you think of the major ones. No, okay. What's your back? Advice for solving this puzzle? Painter Chagall and Podcaster Maron. Wow. I'm really doing bad on this today. Dramatic cry during a paintball game. That's got to be I'm hit. More still works, I think. Oh, what's your step? Yes. Very good. Distraction while working at the library, it would be noise. Yeah, it's got to be step then. Sag. That's got to be droop. So that's got to be step. So maybe that's not right. I'm hit. And that could be not right. Major tech in Cisco? Is Cisco San Fran? That's got to be A, right? And Tar Heels School for short. Thought it was a Jador. Okay, there's a lot of. I'm not a fan when it tends to be like learn. Well, basically, do you know this American thing? Yeah, Jador is I love, right? Yeah. It's only because I was thinking, but this is not to love, but like a love, maybe. You could say like mi amor. Is that French? I think that's French. Okay. Not the best at the mini today. Few trips on the gaps. Lovers in partner. Yeah, I think so. Right, Akari. We'll see how this goes. I'm not entirely sure. I can always see the routes through these. But this is a light up puzzle. So the way it works is when you have like a face like this, it means there's no more lights around it. So you can mark them off. Then the number of lines is how many adjacent cells need to be lit up. So if we put a light there, we remove one of the lines. And we're trying to light up the whole grid. And yeah, it's a bit like a reverse mine. Well, a bit like a minesweeper of types, yeah. We know that this can't be lit up because it would block these two. Same reason for that. Same reason for that. And here as well. Yeah, this is cool. I can't remember who suggested it. But basically, oh, let me share it there. So throughout the week, it gets more tricky. So if it's starting to get trickier towards the end of the week, it might be an idea to wait until the start of the week again. But all I can see at the moment is that's still got two options there. All we can do is like block off areas that can't be. That's got three options. That's got the two options. Normally you have like a guaranteed start point, but I'm not seeing that today. If we went there, and you get there and there, that's normally an easier break-in than that. Oh, I see, okay. No, I don't see. Because we could go here as well. We've got to have two in each in here. So either those diagonals. That's not really that useful. This can have a row going in. Where's the break-in then? Oh yeah, and also before we have too much of this music, let's shuffle the playlist. Get a bit of variety. Where's the break-in today? Normally you've got some givens. So you'd have like, this would be a 3, so you know all 3 of these. I'm not seeing that anywhere. Okay, we know with this 2 that one of these 2 has to be filled. So we know this 2 can't have both lights here, so that can't be filled. That seems like a stretch to do that kind of logic already. We know one of these 2 is definite. No. This has 3 options, so we can't even block out this. Here or here, but that's no good. Anyone seeing a break-in? You know what we could do? While we're looking at this, let's start thinking about the MinuteCryptic as well. So this is a cryptic crossword clue. Some of them are really tricky, so we'll give us a lot more time on this. So they say extra small can be too much. And the exclamation mark means it's double definition, I think. I've been trying to figure out, been trying to learn these. These are all from MinuteCryptic, and they came up in my like TikTok feed a while back, and I've been trying to like work through them as they're explained. I've just started trying them without the explanation. It's only a part 2, so it should be something simple. They say extra small can be too much. Okay, well, we'll try and think of that as well. I feel like these last 2 games though might be a bit too in depth to do as I'll like wake up route. Is there anything that's like blocked off? There's only one way to get to. This still has those 2. If we went here, we'd have to go here. Or if we went here, then we have to go here, here, and here. This one forces more. This could be just these 2, right? There's some interplay between these 2 blocks. So this one, let's say we did have a light here, we have to have 2 of these 3. Some of them are old name for things. All right. Did they appreciate the fact that like reading out the words is kind of unusual words, shall we say? Yeah, even if we ignore whether this can be filled or not, let's say that was filled. We need at least 2 of these, which has interplay with this one. So at least 2 of these are lit up, which means we can only have 1 of these 3 at max, right? If we light up these 2, we can only use this one. If we light up these 2, we can only use this one. So that means we can use 1 out of these 3. We have to have that one. So that seems like a weird way to start. And now we have to have 1 of these 3 for this one, which means we can't have all of these 3, so that has to be lit up. That seems too hard a start for today. He giggled. I thought they were quite funny words. That seems too difficult to start. There's got to be somewhere else to break in as well. Have at least 1 of these 2. Have at least 1 of these 2. That's not useful either. one of these two. No, we don't even need to have one of these two. We could have like there, and that. So that doesn't work. Can't block out anything here. If we had this, that forces that one, and then forces that one. That would force quite a lot, but we can't really do all that route because it might be wrong. I'm not seeing this today. One of these two, one of these two. If we had this, that means we have those two and this. And then that and that. But I'm not sure, I don't like that. It's too... We could also have this. This. That. And then we'll go out there. Can't see anything wrong with that either. If we had this one, then we'd have to have both of these, which is not possible. So that can't be. The little win. Same with that, same reason. Because that would force this to be these two. And it would force this to be these two. Not possible. We can only have one of these and one of these. But I think that's going to be determined by outside. That's still fine. That's not... There's got to be something I'm missing here. There's got to be something that's super obvious. I don't know, is anyone seeing anything here? I wonder if you're meant to just guess at some of them. Nothing in the rules about like guessing routes. This can't be right, because then it would be 2 there. Doesn't really help that much though. Don't even need to have 2 confined to this spot. Because you could have like 1 here and 1 here. This row has loads of options. I think what we might need to do is just pick a route and try it. Like within these 4, we either have to go like that, or we have to go like that. There's only two options there. We did that, then we get these two. We'd have to get that and that. Doesn't really help us that much though, does it? If we went in that way, we'd have to use that. So we'd have to use that. That would give us that. There and there. There, which gives that. And that. Okay, then we can do two here. Okay, so this doesn't work. Let's just trace that back. Is that definitely correct? We did these two. There's only one spot for this, which is there. We have to light this, so we have to put a light there. No, there's only one spot for that. Only one spot for that. There's only one spot for that. There's only one spot for that. There's only one spot for this. And then this now can't have two fills. So that doesn't work. We know that and that. And that and that. It doesn't actually get us that far, to be honest. This can't be. So to light up all of these, we could either do that and that, or we can do this. Which again has two different fills, right? You could do this and this, or you could do this. If you did this, then you have to do that route again. And we found out this... Oh, this will work now because we've used one fill here. Why is it so tricky today? Probably a sick logical deduction rule to these, but every time I try it, guessing and resetting always works. Yeah. Sorry, that didn't come up in my other chat. I don't know why. Yeah, they are quite tricky, aren't they? There's got to be some, like you're saying, some logical rules to it. But yeah, I feel like for a lot of these, it's just like pick a path and keep going through it. We might have to do the same logic around here. Are there any dead ends that need lighting now? That's not going to be easy to do. This still has two options. Well, this, no, that still can be. Or can it, actually? If we lit there, then we'd have to light there, which means we can't light that one. So that's a no-go. If we did this, then we get this and something like that, that's fine. Let's try this. If we did that, what does that do? Causes that, 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 that. And then that's the only fill there. That's that, that's that. I mean, maybe we just go ahead with this. Can't see any issue with that. I think from doing some of these Sudoku games, just don't like going down a branching path too far. Especially in this, I don't think Control Z does undo. So we'd have to remember this setup. So we've got 2, 2, and those two. Maybe we just go for one of the setups. This could be this and this. Which would mean this, 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 this. Does that stop any interplay here? Get one of those and one of those. This would have to be there. That would have to be there. Okay. So we'd get one of these would be lit, which means this side has to be lit here, that has to be there, that has to be there, and then there's no fill for this one. So that doesn't work. That feels like a big stretch though. What was that? That was all based on these two, so we can't do it that way. So that has to be our route here. Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of that. That feels like a big... Wait, is this the same? This is the same, isn't it? Oh no, because we had this lit up before. I think. We know one of these two will be lit, which means this has to go there, there, there. Now we have separate options for these. Separate for that, separate for that. Yeah, this is looking like the route, isn't it? One of these is lit, and none of these are. We need that to get that area. We need to get all of this. This can go either way, can't it? We could do that, and this, and that. There's multiple solutions there, actually. Because we could have done that and that and that. But wait, is that the same thing? Oh no, because then we can't get this. Right. Should have seen that earlier. Okay. Right, MinuteCryptic. They say extra small can be too much. Exclamation mark makes this so tricky though. Because it means there's some other rule. I think this means it's a double definition. I think if it's a question mark, it can be like a bit more stretchy in the way that the clue works. But if it's an exclamation mark, it means it's both the wordplay and the definition. I think. Extra small can be too much. So that means, it probably means we have to take stuff out of extra small. We're looking for a word that means too much. That is in, or it means they, it could be mean say. Yeah, they, or, oh, there's so many different ways. Say could mean we're looking for like a sounds like word. Say. Extra small. Too much. Extra small could be like tiny or minuscule, minute. I mean, the fact that it's MinuteCryptic or MinuteCryptic, minute could be a good answer, but how does that fit with the rest of the clue? It doesn't really, does it? Is there a word in extra small that we can get? Looking for 6 letters. No, okay, let's take the hint then. Whose definition is too much? We're looking for a word that means too much. And the wordplay is this. They say extra small can be. So is this like an... Yeah, it's got to be an audible kind of clue. What would you say when you... What's another definition for too much? Word that means too much. like enough? That's not too much, is it? And how would that work with the rest of the wordplay? Almost naught without the T. And with an extra E on the front. I'm not sure I like that. We'll check it, but I think it's wrong. What's another term for too much? Plenty? Say extra small. Let's check that. No. Too much. No, okay, let's take a letter then. An X. It's got to be something to do with this. We do like extras. Maybe extras? No. Not too extreme, that's too long. Excess? Gotta be excess. But why is it excess? They say extra small can be too much. There we go. Right. So extra small can be abbreviated to just the letters X and S. And if you say that out loud, XS, the letters XS, it gives you excess, right? Fair enough. That was a tricky one. I thought it was going to be some sound-alike clue because of the word say. But needed a couple of clues on that one. Yeah, I really like these. They've had some really good ones recently. I'll share the site. If you go to the if that will share. If you go to the YouTube channel, which you can do just clicking on here, they've got a whole list of previous ones, and the guy talks through some of the logic. So what you can do is like you can go back and play previous ones by just pausing the video at the start and then trying it, but then he'll talk through the way that you solve the clue. So if you need help, it's kind of like doing the these bits, doing the clue. Oh, you can't go back to it. But getting the clue as to what the definition part of the word is and getting letters and stuff like that. But yeah, I really like that. Right, okay. Around about an hour. I think that's okay. I was concerned if the daily games take up too much time, I might have to cut some out. But if it's about an hour, I'm okay with that. Because it's a bit of like a get the mind in a thinking mood and figure out what we're going to do. Right, so I think we're going to be working on the codex system and the spellcasting system today. So the way that this game works, I wonder if I can do... Let me just open this up. And we'll find our previous... Yeah, here we go. So, we built this little game for Pirate Jam 16. And it's kind of like a puzzle exploration game that it's going to be. The Game Jam version is a little bit less of the kind of interaction bits than I wanted it to be, but it pretty much works. But in this game, we have this ability circle system. So to cast spells, you've got to like draw out patterns. And the way it works at the moment is a little bit messy. It works decent, but it leaves a few... What's the right term? There's like multiple ways of interpreting some of the clues. And I want to figure out a way that either allows the player to use either, like any kind of way to interpret the clue to get the right answer, or we limit the way that the clue would work to only have one correct answer. Now, I think that way around is better, because if we limit the clue so there's only one correct answer, it means it'll be harder to just guess the way to solve it. It's already pretty hard to guess it. I don't have to consider how that's going to work. But yeah, if you don't want any secrets of how the Game Jam version works, I think mostly I'm going to be redoing a lot of these designs anyway. So for a future version of this game, these won't be secrets anymore. This will just be the way that the game works. But for the Game Jam version of the game, this kind of is spoilery secrets. But what I wanted to look at was with our gem code. So the way that we're doing this, we've only got mouse interaction at the moment. This is the problem with not looking at the code for a few days. Got to remember how this all works. What happens is we get the ability circle opens up, and when the player clicks on one of the gems, it will start tracking where the mouse is, and it will just draw a line to the mouse at the moment. So if we're not resetting and we're not auto casting, we can click on here. And that will start drawing the line, right? Change straight to true. Start line, add point, right mouse true. So one thing I wanted to see was if we play this scene and we draw like a line between these two, can we see that line in our gems? Oh, I'm going to need to know which gem it was. It's gem 2, I think. Yeah. So what information do we get about the line? Can we find the length of the line? I'd quite like to know what we find out about this. So when we complete the line, track endpoint, Yeah, it's quite a weird system. I mean, it's the thing of like developing a game for a game jam. You end up with code that doesn't really make too much sense. It just works. And that's all that matters. So new X, new Y. Set point position, how does that work? Can I look at this code? Set point position. Wait, it was set point position, not get point position, right? Let's close some of this other code that we don't need now. That goes, that goes. Yeah, set point position. Yeah. Overwrites the position of the point at the given index with the supplied position. Okay. So, we are saying we set the first point of the line. First point of the line? Does add point add at the start then? Adds a point with a specified position relative to the polyline's own position. If no index is provided, new point added to the end of the points array. If index is given, the new point is inserted before the existing point. Okay. So when we say add point 0, 0, we might need to do some prints here just to get some log results. That's a point within specified position relative to the own line's the polyline's own position. So where we're doing these add points, this next to it. Do we need this? No. We need this? No. We don't need that. Okay. Just keep it simple with the ones that we're actually using. So when we start the line, we make the 2 points of the line both at 0, 0, which is the gem's local position, 0, 0. And then as we move the mouse, we are tracking the line, which happens here. And if track mouse not, but if we're tracking the mouse position, we're saying the endpoint becomes current mouse position. There is track endpoint. So this is updating. I mean, it's the first point of the two. Can we see the points of the line on this though? Doesn't look like it. No. Okay. But we're always moving the first of the 2 points. That's fine. So can we print out details about the line? Properties. Yeah, it should have the one though. So if we're looking at the remote scene. Like, well, let's just complete that route. So gem 1 should have stuff on the line. Oh, it's this. Oh, okay. Thank you. Right, so all it stores is the X and Y position of the points. Can we get it to give us the length of the line or not? Line cap mode, color, float, texture TD, line texture mode, float curve. Oh no, those. I was just reading out the data types. No, okay. But we can calculate that ourselves. Oh, gradient. Oh, gradient for color, not gradient for line gradient. Okay. That's no good either. And move points. No, okay. So we're gonna have to do our own code for this. So what I want to do is also, yeah, welcome in, Geep. How's it going? Sorry, when things come through on YouTube, it just got all the same color. So I don't always notice when it's a different user, unfortunately. I need to update my my chat view so they actually have different colors and usernames and stuff like that. I noticed that actually a couple of weeks ago. If someone had sent a single message in the chat, and I just assumed it was just one of the other people talking again. I felt so bad afterwards. Right, so if index is not get index, when do we call complete line? Let's just have a look at that. That is called here when gem activated is called. Is that the only time? Let's just do a quick, yeah. So this means, so if index is not get index, we're starting a new line from this gem. Else. So this is if we're closing our own line. I need to figure out what's happening. Track endpoint gem global position, which is passed in from here. Change state. We're true. Yeah. This is why I need to revisit it and refactor it all, because it's not great code. It's jam code, yeah, like you're saying. This is when first clicking on. It's odd as well because there's like really weird interplay between how each of the gems speak to each other, which is probably like a really bad way of doing it. But when we first click on a line, on a gem, it spawns a line. And then when we click to end the gem, it triggers a click event from this gem, which tells this gem that the line that it's drawing ends at this point. So yeah, it's got some weird into play that I need to figure out. It makes sense, I think. Yeah, that would be a good way to do it as well. Because that way, if like you're saying, we would just be adding points to the whole line. Whereas at the moment, this is just like a load of separate individual lines. Each of the gems do. Yeah, I think it definitely would be better to have the board control the lines that are drawn. And literally it would just be, yeah. It'd be one bit of code that can control all of it. That's a lot better. We'd probably be looking at the ability HUD. I mean, that is an added benefit of starting from scratch, is you can just throw out all the old code that you don't have to learn it. But it is probably better that way. And also then there's only one bit of code that's like tracking the mouse position. We're not doing it in each of the individual gems. And then also the reset wouldn't matter either. That would be quite a big change though. Let's just double check quickly. Have we got Secrets of Sunder? Here's our Git up to date. I mean, it's not going to be right now because we just changed a few little bits. The cave level and the storyboarding ace sprite stuff. Yeah, we can commit those. Oh, Git. Pixel art updates. Okay. We've got a clean project, so we can demolish. And we can come back to this if we need it. So if we look at our project structure, in the ability HUD, we have this script, spellcasting. I almost want to just tag on a separate script here that just handles the drawing of the lines, which I might do on this level. Just the collective control group for all the gems that are on the screen. So this will be quite a simple script that will exist. I almost don't want to call it gems either. This is like spell line. How are we doing spaces underscore spell line script? And do we put this in helpers? It's kind of like a UI. We've got a spell casting menu. Let's put it here. We'll refactor all the project structure and all that kind of stuff later. Right, so this needs to do similar to the gem. There's the gem just has lines on it. But we don't even need separate lines either. We go here and we just add a line 2D. Let's put it at, let's not put it at the top. Because we're using the index of the gems as well, so they need to be in their particular order. Not great code for that. Yeah, like a gem board would be useful. But we're gonna have this on ready. And then on ready, we just need to connect to, where's our on ready here? Gem activated. Do we need anything else? I guess we need reset. And autocast, maybe? Probably worth just rewriting all of this code at this point. So this needs to be like handle gem. Click. Let's just call this gem activation. And we'll do this. So the first thing that needs to happen is we need a bool to say if a spell is being cast. The var spell in progress, something like that. We'll do that for the moment. That's going to be a bool, and it's going to start as false. Then we say here, if spell in progress, we do something, else we need to start our line. We take our line 2D, we're just going to call it line. Line dot add point. So both points need to start at the first gem activation point, which does give us the location, doesn't it? Gem global position, yeah. What's the is active? That's just thrown away. Let's find this. Whenever we emit this, what do we send? This. Gem activated, sprites.global position, the index of the gem, and set active, which is the current state of the gem. We won't need set active. So we get this, same thing. And we want to say gem global position, and we want to do this twice. So what this does is takes our line here, and puts 2 points on the center point of the sprite of the gem that got clicked. So if we go here, let's say we clicked on this one, it gives us 2 points of a line directly in the middle of this gem. So the next thing we need to do is we need to say spell is now in progress. So that equals true. And then we need to do similar to what we were doing before with the process bit. This. So we're just going to copy this across and then we're going to edit it. So if spell in progress, which is our new track mouse, we want to do this. And let's comment out the rest of this for the moment, because we don't know if we need to do any of that, but we probably do when we reset. So now track endpoint, we need as a function as well, which just does this. That's nice and simple. We can definitely just drop this in. Let's put it down here and let's put these in order as to how they would activate. We can get rid of that pass as well, can't we? So if spell is in progress, we then start tracking the endpoint. If we always add a point, at the start of the array, the new point is inserted before the existing endpoint. Sorry, before the existing point identified by the index. The indices and points after the new point get increased by 1. So we kind of do it backwards. We'd put the first click at the end of the array. That way's easier, because otherwise we need to figure out the size of the array. Whereas this is just always... This is probably more... Slightly more computation though. Because... this needs to move every entry in the array if we're adding a new one at 0. Actually, I guess it just does a push to front. Yeah. Well, this is... It would be better to add just to the end of the array. Yeah. But then I think with our arrays here, I'm pretty sure it just does push front or something like that. Let's look for the word push. So is push front better than... No, push back's got to be better than push front, right? Just in general. I know it's not really that big a deal, but if I can make it better... If I start weaving in better code practices from the start, it's less to less to rewire after. So this would be... Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant if I was saying the opposite way around. Pushback doesn't need to care about the rest of the array, whereas push front needs to then move every single item in the array. Yeah. So I'm assuming that's what's happening under the hood of set point, though. I imagine if you give an index of an existing point Strategic index. The provided index must not exceed the number of existing points. Oh. Oh, just, no, even better. Sorry. If no index is provided, the new points added to the end of the points array. No, even... I'm confusing myself here. The set point, we need to know the length of the number of points in the array. But like you're saying, we can just do that by handle gem activation being add 1 to the value. We say var gems active count, active gems counter. Don't mind using long names if they're more descriptive. So we set that to 0 to start with, and then if spell is in progress, this +1 plus equals 1. Else, we need to say this equals 1. And then there'll be a function which will be like cast spell, which sets it back to 0. But this is just in case we miss it. So we add 2 points to the array, and we need to target index of 1. This will be the index of 1. So this is our active gems counter. Oh, wait. Sprite global position. I don't think we even need to do this. This is doing like an offset. I think we don't need these at all. And current line is just line. We're only doing 1 line now. So this will be target position X. Actually, this is just target position. This all gets a lot simpler doing this way. Unless you want to target exactly the center of the gem instead of the click point. No, but that's fine because the gem announces its center position in the signal. So it will get that rather than the click point. This is just for tracking. So like while the line is active, it's telling it where to change to the endpoint of this. But whenever we click on a cell, it will give what should be a center point, but doesn't look like it's always going to be the case. I mean, this is the other thing. I need to change the alignments on these as well. Yeah, this is definitely going to be better code. Let's just comment those out for a minute. So on ready, we have this line that actually we copy it off of a gem, and we'll get the same settings, I think. If we put that there, get rid of this one, and rename this, then it should just have the same settings as the gems that we've been using. I don't need to worry about adding in all this stuff, I don't think. Hopefully it's got, yeah, the fill and all that kind of stuff. So if this happens, Then we need to do track endpoint for our gem global position, which puts the active gem to here. And then we need to add a point at the end, which is the new point that will track the mouse. And I think that's it. Oh, active gems counter. No, that needs to go up after this. So this is when we click on a second gem. And in that situation, yeah, I might put in some catches and stuff like that. Just in case. But if it is the previous, then what are we saying? We might say if we click on a previous, it might undo the point. So I'm not entirely sure what I want to do with that just yet. But I wonder if in our gem, do we show the lines? Are they hidden to start with? No, so if we just hide these lines, they shouldn't draw on at the moment. And let's rerun. So I think this is just the one line. Maybe. Yeah, because we can't end it now by clicking on a cell. So this has got to be the new line. Let's just double check that. I should change the color of it or something. Yeah, let's just change the color. That'll be easier. Default color. Let's just do like a red. Yeah, it's way simpler. That doesn't look like it's red. Why? Oh, what? Is it because of that? Wait, if we give it a modulate instead. Save that. That should at least override. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is the new line. That's so much easier. God, if I'd done that during the jam, I might have saved a little bit of time. Okay, so now what we can do. God, this really was so much better. But the problem is, on a jam time frame, you just have to get stuff done. So I wouldn't have had time to, to do different. So that means all of this stuff goes, basically. Like, if we remove these 3 lines from the gem, and then tidy up our code. So now these 3 don't exist. Current line doesn't exist. Track mouse is not necessary. Close line is not necessary. That goes. The modulate color I still want to have as a programmatic thing. This never. Oh god. Sorry. Slight croak there. We might want to do this modulate on a reset. All this does is when the ability circle is resetting, it makes the gems like fade in and fade out. It's just a little animation thing. But this can go We don't need to track the mouse anymore. We do want to do this, which just scales the sprite. This detects the click, which we want to do. We might get rid of this, the right button to reset. Need to figure out what's happening with autocasting as well, so let's leave that in for the moment. So change state. I think all we want to do is just this. Let's just get rid of all the line start bits. So we don't want to do this. So this does nothing now. So then this just needs to be a not equals to, and then we get this event. Start line goes. Track endpoint goes. Current line goes. Complete line probably all goes as well. Remove line definitely goes. I mean, everything here goes, right? Close line, track mouse, track endpoint. Yeah, that all goes. So now, I think all this should be doing is changing the color of the gem and a slight UI change. That's all. When we run this, all it does is that UI increase on hover, and then the lighting up when it's selected. Yeah. Yeah, separation of, was it separation of concerns? The idea that each bit of code should be focused on one thing only, or like one responsibility. This code though is probably all way over complicated and convoluted. We could probably do a load of updating on this stuff, but this is a lot better. So really this process only happens when we're resetting. So let's put this down here with the reset. And that'd be easier to manage. What is the autocast for again? This is so we can set colors of them. Oh, we'd quite like a darkened and brightened version of the colors though. I have to look into that at some point, but that's later down the line, that's fine. So what's this? Let's see what change state is doing. If set active is not true, or if it's changed state, we update the state. If it's true, we're setting it to the right color. Or if it's false, we darken it. Okay, so this is just changing the state of the, just changing the color of the gem to show if it's active or not. That's fine. That's the reset. That's that. Handle autocast. So this is just locking the input so that the player can't override the autocast. I think that's all it's doing. And then if it's, the gem is part of the autocast, it's setting it. So that's fine. And that's all okay. I think this is all good now. I think that gem code is fine. Probably not the best way of doing stuff, but good enough. At least for post-jam version. Right, so then spell line. We do need to handle the reset. So this modulate stuff, that can go. We don't need that. But if we do a reset, what we need to say is function reset and line dot clear points. I think that's pretty much it. So now is active, I don't think is even used for handle gem. So let's have a look at this everywhere. Yeah, we probably will. Yeah, we'll have to clear that, won't we? Good point. So that's got to go to 0. And spell in progress has to go to false. Thank you. But this, so we're connecting here and here. And we're emitting here. So we're not using the set active here. Do we use it here? Handle gem. Yes, we do at the moment, but we probably need to refactor all this code as well. So we'll see if we need that after. But that might mean we can get rid of the set active function as well. Or status is this. Right, so let's just do a quick check of that. If we draw our line out, and then let's say we cast a spell, clears, resets. If we reset it, clears and resets. This all looks like it's acting as it should. Perfect. Nice. Okay, that's so much simpler. Right. I think handle autocast should work on its own anyway as well. Don't think we need to do anything different on this line for that. So let's just double check that things still work. So if we go through to the autocast scene. Let's just double check that all works. Oh, we can update some of the artwork there. Changed a little bit of this. So, does the autocast still work as normal? It should do. It's drawing it to my mouse still, but it's not too bad. That's still fine. And then we open this up. I wonder if the spell casting also works. Align. Yeah, okay. Hasn't affected anything else, that's good. And the autocast did work, but there was an issue, which is that we don't want to track the endpoint in that case. So how do we want to do that instead? I think we just say spell in progress false. So let's bring in handle autocast, and we'll put it down at the bottom here. The function handle autocast. Yeah, I did capitalize it. Okay. Handle autocast. So we need a separate bool, which is like autocasting. Did we have it in here? Autocasting true. Yeah, it's pretty much going to do this, right? And do exactly the same stuff. So this becomes true. And then we need to say in here, if, oh wait. Track endpoint. Oh, it's just this. You spell in progress and not autocast. I think that's it. Let's just play through that again. Oh wait, we need to reset it as well. We need to clear it after. So that happens on here on the reset. Also casting equals false. Right, let's rerun that. That looks good. That's fine. So now, when it does the autocast, it shouldn't be tracking the mouse. It is still tracking the mouse. Why? Autocasting is true. This is triggered, isn't it? Yeah, we're emitting the rewind spell. So this should... Oh, because... I know why. Autocast gives a gem index. So we need to throw away the index because we don't care about it. So it's probably just saying expected output. I bet there's an error here. Yeah. Expected 0 arguments but called with 1. That's why. So if we reset that, and go through this again. I think that if this works, we'll do a little screen break. Just a little stretch and break away from the screens. Okay. Then. Yeah, okay. Now it's not tracking. Good. Perfect. Okay, we'll do a little quick break. What do we want on screen? Should we just let it loop through, actually? Because it will automatically loop through all those scenes again. Just so there's something moving on screen. Oh no, because we'll have to do the dialogue options. That's good enough. There's stuff moving there, that's fine. Right. Okay, be right back. Like 2 minutes. Take a little stretch break. Take a little wander around, and I'll see you in a bit. Right. Let's get rid of the be right back. There. Okay. So the next thing to look at, I think, is going to be like how we register the spells. Because at the moment, it's pretty slapdash, I'd say. All this stuff. I quite like the idea of the points and the offsets and stuff like that. But it needs a lot more configuration and a lot more flexibility in it. So, what's going to be the best way to do this? I mean, first things first, let's commit this though. Git add all. Git commit. line, spell lines, spell line, functionality to board from gem. Okay, so we need to do the codex and we need to do the spell casting. This is now just caring about the gem. This I would like to read though. I wonder if on our ability circle, this is the spellcasting code. What if we got a reference to this? And can we do like print points? Get point. To get the number of points in the line. So when we do yeah, we might get that. I guess it's properties, isn't it? Yeah, points gives you the it's a packed vector 2 array, which makes sense. They're all vector 2s. Cool. Thank you. So when do we want to do this? We want to do check spell. Where's check alignment here? If type is alignment, abilities active, emit false. Huh? Okay, we need to refigure out what that code does again. Toggle ability. This is just showing or hiding the UI. That should go somewhere else. I think this should go somewhere else as well. Rewind. That might need to go somewhere else as well. Okay. Like all of this is kind of together. This is separate and this is separate. But most of that needs to move somewhere else. Wish you could like highlight on here. Wonder if there's any... No. This should be handled by some GUI stuff. To do... Move to GUI controller code somewhere. No, there are code regions, but I'm not sure if that's what I want. Maybe. I don't know what code regions are. But all I'm thinking is normally when I'm refactoring like Word documents and stuff like that, what I'll tend to do is just highlight everything to start with in like a yellow or something like that. And then as I go through and replace the bits, when I'm happy with a bit, it will get unhighlighted. So then I know that if I need to come back to it, there's still stuff that needs changing, but it still works for the meantime. But I'll just do these to-dos, that's fine. So to do, move to rewind. Find spell somewhere. Oh, right, yeah. What I could do is do something like this. Refactor needed. Oh, not that. We'll do refactor end. We'll put these around the bits that I want to move at some point. That's like highlighting. No, not there. Yeah. Right, handle gem. So this at the moment is adding all the gems to the list. I don't think we're going to need this. But what I want to do is on our check spell, we want to print line.points. And we'll see what we have at that position. So we can run this just the ability circle. See that, and if we cast it, yeah, okay, we get all of these points. Oh, this is going to be a complete refactor. Yeah, I could do that. The thing is, I want to get rid of the whole gem indexing thing. In favor of doing the line tracking that I think maybe you suggested, but a couple of people suggested while I was doing the game jam, and I was like, I don't have time to really consider it at the moment. But it will be the based on the points of the line. I want to figure out the length of the line for each in between each point and the gradient of the line, and we'll use that to determine the points. Because this effectively is the same as the index. Because this tells me the global position of the point. But this just gives me more detail. I don't need to know what number the gem is. This tells me where we've clicked. So there's a couple of things to consider. Looking at tracking edges instead of vertices. Isn't that similar to what I'm suggesting? I might be doing something different then. What I want to end up with, yeah, I will be using trigonometry a bit, which I hope isn't too intensive, but then I only need to run it whenever a spell is cast. Oh, right, like that, yeah. So what I've been trying to figure out I've got like it on paper at various points, is a way that allows the player to be creative with the spell as well. So if I can do something along the lines of, I mean, there's way more complexity into this system that I kind of have scope to increase into if I want to. And the more complexity is in the system, the more variety in the spell casting I can do. I was at one point, and I might do this if I do a full game, considering an option to allow the player to rotate the casting circle, and then you'd be able to cast the same spell at different orientations of the grid and allow you to like combine different spells in different ways, which will get really complex, which I think would be really fun, but that's like way bigger scope. That's way down the line. So a spell that would look like maybe just a straight triangle like this, like that shape should exist multiple points throughout the grid. Almost. It might not be exact, but it'll be almost. So like I can see it here as well. That's kind of the same shape, just rotated around a little bit. And it might mean I have to redraw this pattern so that it's more geometrically similar and we have similar triangles everywhere and do that. It's getting a bit more complicated, but yeah, so the if I track between points the length of the line and the gradient of the line, then it won't matter which way around the spell is cast, because the line length would still be the same. Probably have to do within a certain tolerance because there'll be pixel values that change it, but that's fine. Like if we're saying like plus or minus 10 pixels for the line length, that's not a big variation in terms of the whole grid, but it's enough for like error checking. But then I think that'll be okay though. Because we'll be looking for certain patterns of line length and gradient. And I'm thinking, I'm not entirely sure if this would work, but I think we might be able to do a way of just searching for closed loops. So let's take, for example, if we've got a spell that looks like this, then we might be able to feed it like in the spell checker. We might be able to give it a closed loop of the blue, green, orange section, and also give it a closed loop of the or whatever lines don't form the closed loop as additional points. I don't know, this is something that I definitely need to consider more and design out. But I think if we can do that, then it removes all of these issues around like which order people clicked on gems and still creates the same shape. I think I'm not 100% on that. But I mean, the way I was getting around it in the demo, in the jam version, that might be okay though, because we're kind of doing that already with the reverse checker and the how is it? We rotated the index around using this so that the lowest point in the index would always come first. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely complexities that I need to consider. But that's part of the fun, isn't it? We've got to figure out how this all works. I mean, the other thing to think of is now that we've got a 2D vector for each of the line starting points, we can order them just by whichever point comes first. So we look through the whole list and look for the lowest X value, for example. I don't know which way around we can do it. And then look for the lowest Y if there's multiple X of the same. Or highest, regardless, depending on where the point actually is. I can't remember if 0, 0 is here on the screen or down here. And then from that point, we can look at the neighboring routes and see what lines have been connected to it. Because then we can ignore the way that the player has drawn it. Because ultimately, the player will have to draw out the same shape as our required spell. But let's say that's the... I need better edge case testing on this, but let's say this was our spell. Now, obviously, the player could start at any point along this loop and still draw out the same shape. But if all we care about at the end is there a line? If we start at this point, is there a line from here to here? Yes, there is. Is it the right length? Yes, there is. Yeah, yes, it is. And between each of the sets of points, we just move around these grids. Because actually, as well, what are we doing? We're adding a new point. These are our points in order. But what we could do is if we added a second point here instead, then we have each line segment separate. Wait, let me just consider that, because that might be a better way to do it again. Because then what I'm thinking is we might end up having a way to determine that's a line segment, that's a line segment, that's a line segment, and each of them broken up by individual line segments, and then we can piece those together to confirm. So wouldn't really care about loops in that case. If all the line segments are on the grid, then that's the right spell. It doesn't matter what order they were drawn in. So wait, how do we do this again? We're saying if spell isn't in progress, we add the starting point and then... Oh, is it? Fair enough. Yeah, an index from an index to. Yeah. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Oh. Why is that not? Wait a second. Let me just log into this. My restream is broken apparently. Is that better? They're both active. Let's do a little quick test. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. So yeah, I'm just doing a roundabout way of the edges then. How would that result? I'm just trying to picture what the output's going to be. Yeah, is there any benefit? Probably benefit of working with indexes rather than vectors. Slightly simpler, isn't it? Oh, no, sorry. That's the reason. It would still allow for the flexibility though, wouldn't it? We did line segments that operate. Void trigger, I guess vectors do give you that rotation. Yeah, that's the thing that I wanted to save in. So that yeah, if we use the indexes and the edges, then this can only work. Oh, that's weird. Some weird like overlay cancellation. Yeah, if we're using indexes, then we can't determine a transposed or rotated match as well. Whereas I think if I do it by vectors, then we could transpose it as well, which would be like, are there any examples where we can do that? Is there anything here? Let's say, for example, that was the spell, just the straight line across. And you could say that a straight line across at anywhere on the grid that is roughly the same distance would be accepted as the input. So if we're using the line length and the line gradient, then we could say this is a length of like however many pixels this is. Give a little bit of leeway on the distance, but the gradient would still be 0 if it's like a flat line. So that line would be accepted as the same as that line, which would allow more combinations of things, which might be allowed and it might not be allowed. I guess the eventual system, this is the thing, I think the eventual system of this needs to be more complex than just either tracking the indexes or tracking the line segments, because I want to have additional checks to see which gems have been included. As part of the pattern puzzles will be like, if you use the green gem as part of your spellcast, it might have a certain elemental effect, and if you use like the orange gem or the red gem, it might be different. So there is, I think there's more variety in using the vectors, or more flexibility. It's getting a complex thing. Yeah, yes and no. So, if we use the edges, then it can only be the ones that use the correct gem. Whereas what I'm saying is, like, let's say a straight line across does like a beam effect, and we want to accept that regardless of where you are on the grid as like a beam effect, but the different elements you do connect to will give you a different effect of the beam, if that makes different, like elemental charge to the beam. So then we'd have to, I guess you could just list out all of the different combinations, but that's something I want to avoid. I don't want to have to manually figure out every possible combination a player could make. I want it to be adaptable. Yeah. Okay, I think that's good. I think that's a good enough reason to stick with the vectors. Yeah, definitely. It's going to be... I think there's going to be a lot of prototyping and playtesting this system. This is probably the most important system in the game. And I think it'll be naive to think that I can come up with the way that's going to work for everything without trying stuff. I think we're going to try stuff out, see what works and see what's interesting, and do lots of playtesting on it. So to that point, what do I start with? I guess we now know that we need to do some trig around this, and we need to make sure that each of the points can line up. We don't want to have it like this though. Oh, we've got two directly above and below each other there. So if I want it to be agnostic to the order, I need to add points in between. That's just pairing them up, right? See you, Zimni. Have a nice evening. And thanks for hanging out. Yeah, am I just pairing them up then? There's no point adding extra points to the line if I just... What I'm doing is pairing each set. Yeah, I don't need to do this. Which I've already taken out, right? That, yeah. Yeah, the result is identical. Whether or not if I add another point to the line or if I just duplicate it when I check it, that's fine. So at this point, let's call some kind of function here, which will just be split line. We're passing the line. Well, we don't even need to pass in the line because we're using it. But this might need to go somewhere else. So let's treat it as though we don't have access to it. So function split line. We're going to take in a line, which is a line 2D. And we want to loop through the line dot points. So can I do a for each of this? I think I can. Without caring, right? Well, I guess it's just array. I think I can just do 4 point in line dot points. Let's just check that works to start with. Or print point. So if we do a loop round, we'll pass that. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So we want a points array, which let's just do it in here for the moment. Or do we want a line array? I think we want an array of objects that have a array of objects that have a length and a gradient. Which we can actually still store as a vector too, can't we? Let's do line segments. As a similar packed array. Packed vector 2 array, is it? No, vector 2. Which is empty. And then we need a var for previous point, which is a vector 2 And that's going to be empty. How do I do? Can I just see that? Can. Yep. Now we need a var for the current point. Also a vector 2. Going to be some messy test code until we figure out what's actually going to work here. Probably could do with the temp, a counter. If we do index in a for loop, did you get the current count of the for loop? I can't remember. Name and name, print's name. I don't know if I need a separate counter, but I might do. Let's just do var point counter as an int. And this is a vector 2. This is 0 to start with. And we say current point equals point. If previous point. Can we give previous point a value that we know has not been set? Oh no, if point counter is 0. That's all we need to do. If point counter, I guess, is not equal to 0, greater than 0, then we want to let's just do pass for the moment. This wants to calculate last line segment. Otherwise we go through the next point of the loop and we say so previous point equals current point. And then we loop around. So we need something at the end of the loop as well. Here, which is going to be last line segment from end point to start point. Is this going to work? Should do. So if point counter is more than greater than 0, we need to increase it here after the check. Plus equals 1. So now we have, in this position, we have a previous point and a current point. So then we say line segments of point counter minus 1. There's going to be a better way of doing this already. Is some two sets of values. So length of the line and then gradient of the line. So yeah, we're going to have to do some trig, aren't we? Yes, we can do like a .x and a .y. So x is going to be the length of the line. So we need to do Pythagoras, right? So current point. We don't need current point. Current point is just point, isn't it? So point dot x minus previous point dot x, the length of that line, squared. How do we do squared? Hit that. Oh, really? That might be a good idea to check, actually. Trig. Don't really want to do matrices. Oh, really? Physics? Oh, right, okay. It's all in Vector 2 stuff. Oh, right, okay. Oh, that's even better. Oh, you could just get angle. Right. I was expecting I was going to have to do this all. That's way easier. Before I go to bed, I want to pass along this info from my friend. Crack lover was a pillow who got named to something else. I mean, that's got to have been... Does it have like a Swedish meaning? Or is it just like someone's come up with the name and it just somehow passed through? That's so good though. So yeah, we want to do angle 2. Love it to not be in radians, but I guess it's easier to work in radians, so. Oh, we can probably just do distance 2, right? Yeah, okay. So much easier. Yeah, I don't know. Don't want to know what crack they had in mind. Likely, most of the words meant a thing, but also you wouldn't really say luvar. Yeah, but it's clearly it's got to have been picked for that, right? It means stool or footstool, but why would that be pillow then? No, they've purposely gone through and been like, stool for your head, I guess. So does luvar mean head then? Swedish translation. What was it? CRAKK. Still promises. Or still. A pillow you put on a stool. There, bumps. That's the tune. Which still gives stuff a meaning. Yeah, someone definitely knew what they were doing when they were naming some of these stuff. Right. So we got distance 2, and we've got angle 2, haven't we? So point dot distance 2 previous point. That's so much easier than I thought it was going to be. I thought I was going to have to do all the trick. So then this is point dot angle 2 previous point. Point counter is not declared in the current scope. What? Oh, pointer counter. Point counter. Okay. So the only thing we need to account for now is the different rotation, the different order between the 2 points. So what we need to say is yeah, that's okay. I mean, we might even say for the distance and, well, maybe not the angle, but we might need to like round it to the nearest whole number or something like that. Yeah, if you're off to bed, Rinks, have a good night. Sleep well. Yeah, I need to check which is lower. So maybe we say like a... so instead of current point, we have like a temp point. Oh, fair enough. Waiting for a response on the pillow thing. It's a plant. What? Oh. Really? Do I want to search for this term? Oh, it looked like it did. Oh, crow clover. It might open. Yeah. It's weird. It broke in Twitch, but it's fine in my in my chat. And then we just no in that. Rose clover. Oh I still don't get what the connection is to a pillow though. Does it have anything to do with like? Is it slightly poisonous so it makes you drowsy? Yeah, the K splits. Although it's seemingly all one word here. It's not even in the family of clovers. So someone's using that. I wonder who named it. That would be the telling thing. It's the kind of thing where, like, if someone had an understanding of both languages and then picked the name. But yeah. There's a whole section. Oh, sorry. Just completely missed that. Oh, here's the name. Yeah. Literally just read that and just ignored it. How it was referred to as this. So it looks like the name is warped over the years. Like that whole 7 dolphins picture, which only kids see because they still have nice thoughts only. Oh, I don't know if I even want to. Yeah, it's not necessarily named. Like the name's warped a little bit over time. Well, thank you. It's always good to learn a little bit more on that. Head to bed. Have a lovely time. Have a lovely time zone. You too. Yeah. Have good sleepies when you rest your head on a crack lover. That's gonna come out so wrong. But sleep well. See you soon. Let's see. So this angle too. The only thing we need to consider is what the returned... Huh? How does that... What? Returns the angle to the given vector in radians. What? How? I'm so confused. Oh, right. Angle 2 is not what I want at all. I'm glad I looked at that. So I want the gradient of the line. I don't want the angle to, do I? Which we'll just do with some basic trig. And actually that way I can... So this is This doesn't care which line. Yeah, this doesn't care which point is first. So we can make this not care which point is first either. With this. So let's just pretend, if we say like var angle, you've got the hypotenuse already. It doesn't matter which one. Let's just take the angle. You need 3 points. I don't think we will. If we do an angle from the vertical, we just want to take the distance between we call that we want the cos, right? S Sakatoa. Right, we've got H and no, yeah, we want cos. So is it like math dot? Can we just do cos? Yeah, we can. No, this is part of the challenge. We can work it out. Can we do inverse? What's a cos? Let's see what functions we've got here. If we search for cos. Back to math, maybe? Yeah, if I do the y distance, it's always going to be cos of something equals the y distance over the length. Can we do inverse cos? So, I'm sure we can. Inverse cos. PD script. Okay. A cos. So a cos of what's the would be opposite over no adjacent over hypotenuse. Can't remember if you do it the same way. If we do it here, we want this to be the distance between the y values. So this will be point dot y minus previous point dot y. All of that, we take the absolute value of it and we divide that by the distance 2. Then we say print angle. And just check that that's the right angle we want. We might have to have this inverted. We might have to do... Yeah, let's think back to that. Let's leave that open, that's fine. Big inverse cause but it's not vector2.angle, I don't think. Is it? Because the vector2.angle was doing something different. Where was it here? Depends the vector's angle with respect to positive x-axis. No, because this doesn't take into account the difference. I think it's different. Do I have a paint of some type? No. Is Steam open? Steam is open. Let's do Sprite. I think what angle is doing is, let's say, okay, let's say we've got a point here and here. And, oh, I need to, wait, let's change this canvas size. Let's change this to 100 by 100. Right. And then, where's our 0, 0? Our 0, 0 is top left. So this point here, wait, let's do 2020. That's a point on 2020. Let's do it red so we can see it. Right. And then let's say our next point is something nice and easy. 5020. So I want the angle to be 0 on this. Whereas I think the angle function will tell me the angle between here and here. That's what vector angle does. Vector2.angle gives me this angle to this point. But I meant a vector from point 1 to point 2. Yeah, okay. I think it might just be a different way of doing the same thing. What gets you the angle vector2 angle? I'm a bit confused with what you guys are asking. I think the way that I'm doing it is fine. It should work. I'm basically saying the way that I'm doing this is we take the 2 points irrespective of the axis. Let's say there's a point here and there's a point there. We're already getting the distance between with that that line, distance 2. Yeah, so in Godot, there's this angle function on a vector, which I think gives you the angle to the normal, angle to the x-axis. So you take the vector, and it takes into account the distance from 0, 0. Point 2 minus 0.1. I don't think that would work. Let's say this example, 0.2 minus 0.1 would shift it back to here, right? Because they're both on the same y value. And then your angle would still be this angle, right? But yeah, what I want to do, I'm doing this distance, which I'm getting from distance 2. And then I'm doing the difference in y values. You see the vector between 2 points. Oh, really? If you do minus, it gives you... Oh, right, okay. Was that on this? Right, okay. Let's multiply by a scalar, practical applications. We're saying here, let's say vector A is the green, or is the blue in this case. So A is 2, 5, and B is 3, 1. But if you subtracted, I mean, we just try it out, we'll print it. Print point minus previous point, right? That's what you're suggesting. Point 1 is there, point 2 is there. Oh, right. Yeah, yeah. That will give us that. Which would then... Okay, slightly different. I was doing the angle to the y, but yeah, angle to the x would be equivalent. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So then in this case, yeah, it would give us a line directly on here. Yeah, okay. I was not thinking, well, been a while since I've done vector math. I'm gonna use that excuse. Thank you for persisting though, because I was like, oh, it's fine. I could just do this. I mean, this, I'm pretty sure this would work as well, wouldn't it? If we got the difference in y, got the absolute value, and then did arc cos of that. Yeah, okay. I was just doing the more roundabout way. But yeah, your way is way more simpler. Thank you. I don't need to print this out. It makes sense now. So we do. Oh, do we have to save it somewhere or not? Can we just do like a new? You do like vector 2 of point minus previous point. Oh, do we need to know the order as well though? Dot angle. That looks alright. Don't need to save it. Okay. Oh really? Or just that? Yeah, I guess they're both vectors. I was just wondering if it would let me call angle on a bracket, but yeah, I guess the output of this is still a vector too. So what happens if we do it in the wrong order? We'd get the mirrored angle. So we do need to know which one is which. And we need to pick an order for all of them. Do we? If we're always going from I'm starting to think the focus is going. If we picked the points in the wrong order, so the player was drawing the pattern backwards, then we'd start from, let's take a simple example again. Let's say that this is the pattern we're looking for, right? Something like that. And if we always pick from one point, well, will it? Let's say it's this line here that we're looking at. If we do this point to this point, we do this point minus this point, and where's our zero? Our zero is like here. Or if we put this on 0, to make it even simpler, this point minus this point will be it cast in the opposite direction. I'm flagging a bit with the being able to picture that. We draw it. The example was something like that. Let's actually just change the color. So if let's give these points different colors so it's a lot easier to identify. Maybe a pink. Right, so we are looking for that line, the green line. And we've got the yellow and the blue vectors. So we did blue minus yellow gives us that line. And yellow minus blue gives us this line, right? Same line. Same gradient. And then the angle to the normal here would be this. And here would be this. And if we're always below, we're always going to be below the line. Currently tracking the angle of the line segment to the x-axis. I initially thought you want to be tracking the angle between sequential. No, because if we're going to be splitting them, maybe we do. I don't know. I think, like I was saying, we need to like mess around with this and see. It'd be much easier to see with the results of the. So all it is 180 minus, right? Can't make a smaller 8 than that, can I? The same angle. Or it's pi minus because it's in radians, isn't it? Yeah. But the vector that it gets compared to, is that always the x-axis at y equals 0? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Because the vectors that we've got here are always going to be large numbers pointing down. Where's 0, 0? 0, 0 is up here, isn't it? If we clear that. So we put 2 next to each other at the top. What do we get? Yeah, 0, 0 is top left. Right? Was that giving me this one as well? Yeah. That's maths, not that important. You can think of the angle we're looking for. So if you move the line segment to start at 0, 0. Okay. But yeah, I think I'm still. Am I still correct in saying though, if we subtract the points in the wrong way around, we'll get an angle that's 100. Well, it's pi out, I think, because it's going to be radians, isn't it? Give me radians. Let's just print it. Wait, what? You're giving me a... In radians, yeah. Right. Back to 1 minus 1. Negative 8th turn or minus 45 degrees. Down is 90. That's pi. 1 minus 1. Yeah, it's that way. Okay, yeah. So, have we got that saved though? I think we get rid of this. Oh, I guess that's kind of what we want to see as well. Let's try that. Yeah, yeah. So if we submit that, x0. Oh, I wanted to set the values. I guess we do this comma. No, we need to do vector 2. That. That. And then print. Let's do point counter -1. Oh, yeah. It's going to be like that, isn't it? This isn't... I've been working with dictionaries. So, I want to do dot push back. That. Let's just print line segments. Let's try that. Right, okay. Let's add a few notes here. This is angle trig. This is... I mean, line segment's more obvious. It's the array, isn't it? I'm not sure if it's counting that as a line segment as well. So 0.3. Do these trigger? What do they trigger? Oh, because it's doing this point, right? Yeah. So I almost need to say here. I can just get rid of the last line, can't I? Last point. So line CD, is there a clear end point? Remove point. That's what I'm looking for. We need to know the length of the line. We need the point count and we need remove point. Okay. Yeah. I think it'd be better to remove it. So for any time we do the check spell, are we calling this? I mean, whenever we do the split line as well, we can do it. We take the line, remove point, and the index is line dot point count. So it should just set it. Get point count, and maybe -1. It's 0 based, isn't it? 0 indexed. I think this is -1. We'll try it and see what happens. So that should be those 2 points. Which do we do? Let's do the straight line one as well. Okay, length of 95, angle of 0. Angle trig. Oh no, it's from... Because this one's looking at the Y direction, isn't it? And this one's looking at the X direction. Okay, let's do... a sine. Which still should do... Hopefully. Yeah, okay. 0 and 0. Now the question is this pi? Okay. Whereas this gives me 0. Which is that what I want? I'm now confused as to what... I mean, both could be useful. Yeah. I just think... It all depends on how I want to use these values. Because there's... If I want it to be agnostic of which direction the player's drawing, the abs is good. Did you do... But is it always by different? So we could say if it's negative, you could add pi. Yeah. It's whether or not I need it at all though. I'm not sure yet. Yeah, me neither. That's why I'm trying to keep options open as well. There's still a lot more to figure out. Hmm. Okay, might need to wrap up pretty soon. So maybe we just put some notes in here just to say what these two are doing. Perhaps. Let's just do a to-do. And let's do this. This is angle. What's a good way to describe this? This is I guess this is like directionless angle, which is a weird way to describe it, but there's better description to do that. And then we can say var exact angle maybe, and we'll copy this one, get rid of that. And var line length is this one, which is actually reused, isn't it, up here? So we did this, we could do line length here. So to do, figure out what info we want about these lines. Now, I guess under the surface, can we see what this does? Is this what it's doing? If we're just doing a sine rather than a tan, it's like, what's the difference? Oh yeah. Sorry, I mean, again, it's something that doesn't matter, but I'm thinking about the complexity of what's going on underneath. If this is doing vector subtraction and then doing a trig call, and I'm doing vector, I mean, it's not quite vector subtraction, but similar. It's going to be this. Yeah, it's pointless. It's pointless to worry about the difference in processing between these two. This is what computers are really good at anyway, as well, isn't it? What info we want about these lines to allow comparisons. Comparisons. I think it might be A, but to spell pattern. Okay, really happy with the progress though. I know it's been slow, but it's similar to what we were doing last time. By doing more detailed checks at this, it's kind of like sorting it in my head a little bit more as to like what options are available. I'm kind of like just doing this as we go through it, so it's not necessarily going to be quick progress. Is there anything I want to do this though? I mean, we're quite happy to leave this in a bit more of a messy state. Let's do a quick check of what's changed as well. Is it just that file? Spellcasting and spell line. What did we change in here? Oh, the autocast stuff. Okay. We didn't want that. Nice. Cool. Okay. Well, let's do a commit then. Initial. Well. Experimenting with line segments to find length and gradients, orientations. See gradients to match spell patterns. Cool. Okay. Where's that going? There. So, what else have we got? That's fine. That's fine. That's all saved. And this is all still working. Probably need to figure out a way to like allow the lines to close. Not a massive fan of this line following you as you go out of the grid, but I don't know how to avoid that. We could maybe hide the line if the mouse is noticed on points outside the grid. And it would be really good actually to replace the cursor in game. Like we could draw out like a massive quill that you're using to sketch out all these lines along the grid. That could be quite good. What do we want to do? I think we could wrap up there. Have we got any? Same category stuff. Looking for any possible raid targets. If anyone's got any suggestions, let me know. Otherwise, maybe going to try and do another stream tomorrow. And then we might continue with our dredge challenge run at the weekend. So tomorrow would be another dev stream. We're going to try and do some more of this and hopefully make some more progress. We also do need to do a pixel art stream this week. And I'm going to try and keep to my target of 3 streams a week on game dev stuff. So we might do... I mean, we could do a longer stream tomorrow that's a bit game dev and then a bit pixel art. I'll see how I feel tomorrow. I think that's probably the safest thing to do. And Dome Keeper soon. Yeah. I don't know quite what I want to do with that. The problem I've got is the mod jam that's coming up. I think it starts on the 21st, maybe. And I've pretty much got that weekend. Well, let's have a look on Discord then. Just hide that briefly, just in case. Right, Stonekeeper. We have... Is it in the mod announcement? No, it's in the announcement. No, that's PVKK announcements. News? Yeah, here we go. Somewhere here. Is it? Mod Jam. 21st to the 28th. So, upcoming, there is this, which I'm going to try and do over this weekend. So, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, to do the mod jam. I'm not going to have the full week to do it, unfortunately. So, we'll see how we get on with that. I might start thinking of like initial ideas of what I want to do. Just because if I've not got the end of the week to finish it off, I don't mind having like a bit of a head start. It's probably not in the vibe of the jam, but if I want to actually output anything, I'm probably going to have to do that. Is there anyone doing Godot? Category. Can I add that? We do something like that. I'm really bad with these raids. I never know who to raid because without it being someone that I've been into the channel of before, just never know if I can like trust what kind of content they're gonna go into. Drill kits, maybe. You listening for a second?
Okay, that seems better.
English. Okay, let's try that. Send people over. Now, if I've found the stream again, where's that gone? I really need to figure out how to do these raids properly. Now I've just lost that stream entirely. What? This is so annoying. Okay, I'm not going to raid today. I'll figure out a better way of doing this in future. Thanks everyone who's been hanging out. Thanks for all the help. Keep. And everyone else who's been chatting. Hope it's been interesting. Back tomorrow and see how it goes. If I don't see you, have a good weekend. And then the standard stuff. If you've enjoyed this, please consider liking and subscribing on YouTube or following on Twitch. Have a good one and catch you next time. Cheers, bye.